strong household. In the books, Damon is seemingly impervious to her charms and magic, unlike in the TV show, where he has visions aplenty and even gets to access the Weirwood network. By the time Fire and Blood ends, Alice is ruling over Harrenhal and the surrounding region, wielding political, military, and supernatural power. Was she
When I was a
truly
kid,
a
I was
wielder of
genuinely
magic,
freaked
or
out by
just
Chapter
someone who
3-4
leaned
in
into the
Super Paper
reputation she
Mario,
was
where
given by
Mimi
others?
breaks her own
Could be
neck,
both.
turns into a giant
Regardless of
spider,
how
and
she
then
achieved
chases
it,
you through
her
the mansion
rise
while
from
she's
wet nurse to
invincible. While
witch
you're
queen of
wandering this
Harrenhal
maze section,
is
she's able
stunning.
to materialize through the door and
Roughly a
say,
year after the end of the
"Me,"
Dance of
with
the
a
Dragon,
big southern
the
text box,
Kingsguard
and
knight
even
Sir
tried to
Regis
attack
Rose
while all
was
you
sent
could do
by
was
the
run.
Hand
It's
Tyler
not as
Lannister
scary when
to
you grow up and
confront
realize that,
Alice
well,
with a
she
group
only
of
does 1
100
damage and
horsemen.
is like really easy
On
to
the way,
avoid.
he
But
was
what I
joined
wish I
by
knew as
Sir
a kid
Damon
is that
Barry,
you're
who
able to
added
use
another
swim
100.
to hide from her
They
and trick her
approached
into
Harrenhal
leaving
under
the
a
room.
flag of truce, and she emerged to parley, whereupon she produced a child and claimed he was the true-born son of Prince Aemond. She bade them pledge their swords to her son, the king, but Sir Regis scoffed at the notion of kneeling to a kinslayer's bastard. In response to the insult by Sir Regis, Alice simply raised a hand, whereupon his head seemed to explode. The suggestion was later made that he was struck by a sling stone, but no eyewitnesses report the presence of any slingers. In all of A Song of Ice and Fire, The Night of the Seven Kingdoms, The World of Ice and Fire, and Fire and Blood, slingers are only ever mentioned, though, in Essos, and even then only in the region of Slaver's Bay. Most seem to originate from the Isle of Tolosi. To date, we have not seen a single slinger in Westeros. This could be why the observers didn't know what they were seeing and were quick to call it magic. Or perhaps it was magic. Because apparently Sir Regis found the time to scream and clutch at his head before it burst. If a slingstone exploded his skull, it would have been instantaneous. Some instead claim it was a well-aimed crossbow, but this in turn falls well short of explaining an exploding head. You've seen lots of crossbows, but they simply don't have that effect. These mundane conclusions seem to be attempts to explain away what must otherwise be a supernatural conclusion, one the sources are loath to arrive at. It's clear the sources are sceptical of Alice Rivers in general. Even Mushroom, who is perfectly happy to spread rumours of the supernatural, is not well versed in it. Septon Eustace and Grand Maester Munkin are arguably hostile to the very concept, though they admit that Alice Rivers was perceived to be a witch by many. Thus, deserved or not, the reputation alone gave her power. After the death of Sir Regis, Alice Rivers unleashed her horsemen on his squadron, driving them off, killing most and capturing a few. One of those prisoners was forced to watch as his companions were tortured to death. He was released with a message that said, "The widow put a curse on me. Any man who laughs, I die." Sir Damon asked him to continue, assuring the messenger that no one would laugh. The messenger went on to say that Alice had given warning that anyone who approaches Harrenhal without bending their knees will die. Then he added, "There's power in them stones, and the widow's woken it. 7 save us all, she has a dragon. I seen it." Despite Sir Damon's promise, one of the men did laugh, whereupon the messenger began to clutch at his throat, unable to breathe. Some say the imprints of a woman's hand could be seen on his neck, as if Alice had choking him constantly. He was dead in moments. Notably, after the fairly weak attempts to explain Sir Regis's exploding head, no one seems to even try to explain away the choking messenger, not to mention there were quite a few witnesses. This happened at Castle Barry, not the Red Keep, however. Unable to confirm any of this or question the messenger themselves, the Hand and Small Council refused to believe these tales of sorcery or of the dragon. It appears they didn't even try to verify the claims, despite the death of a Kingsguard knight and the word of Sir Damon Barry. That she had many followers and hold of the castle was not doubted, however, and it was decided that a larger army would be needed to take Harrenhal from the Witch Queen. The matter of her son must also be investigated. Prince Aemond never married the Baratheon girl he was betrothed to, so if he did marry Alice, their child would indeed be trueborn, and thus a threat to the crown. As the dragon's bastard. But I suppose they could have been married after the conception, but before the birth. That's a question for another time. What matters to us is that the child had royal blood and dragon's blood.
Over 20 warriors have been from having chosen royal blue and weekly prescribed nutrition.
Let's go to my neurotoxin clinic and I'll tell you about my next year and want my skincare routine to complement my injectables. The serum is great for really smooth glass skin finish, and the cream has been amazing for the look of the pores and overall skin smoothness.
Right now, Macy's. Shop our lowest price of the season on the Bradley sectional. Friends and and more. Even better, we make buying the big things easy. Because it's any bigger than Macy's July 4th sale. Going on now.
Before an army to retake Harrenhal could be assembled, the winter fever struck Westeros, a far more urgent priority, and one that precluded the massing of soldiers. Alice Rivers, Harrenhal, and the mysterious child and dragon remain one of the biggest loose ends of Fire and Blood Part 1. A confrontation is seemingly inevitable, but we simply don't know what happens or when. Whatever does happen, Alice was seemingly gone by 151 BC. That's 15 years after Aegon III's regency ended and after the end of the narrative in Fire and Blood, because in 151, the castle of Harrenhal was given to House Royston. It may have been soon after the story of Alice Rivers ended, because it's unlikely the crown would leave Harrenhal empty again after her example. In any event, that means Alice could have ruled Harrenhal for anything up to 20 years. 20 years during which her powers, her child, and the dragon could have grown. To have held on as long as it seems she did may imply a few more cases of exploding skulls, mysterious choking, and other such cases. Of course, it's possible that the dragon at least never existed, and instead Alice did some kind of illusion or glamour to make it good. I suppose it's possible, but when Melisandre places a glamour on Matt's Raider to make him look like Rattleshirt, she describes the effort to make one man appear as another as extreme. Making a dragon appear would be all the more so, and would need to be kept up for years. Melisandre also tells us that personal items can be very helpful in creating illusions of this nature. She specifically mentions a bag of finger bones as an example, but in this case we should be thinking of dragon bones. After Daemon and Aemond fought their epic duel over the God's Eye, Caraxes managed to crawl back to shore before expiring. Alice witnessed the duel and likely saw the bloodworm emerge from the lake. She may have been the first to see it, in fact. Either way, she had access to dragon bones, a lot of them, which obviously raises another possibility. In the TV utilising green dreams and visions through the Harrenhal world. In the ancient times of the First Men, we're told blood sacrifice was made to the Heartlands. Bran witnesses this in one of his visions, and we're told elsewhere the practice continues to this day in the darkest corners of the North and beyond the wall. Were the deaths of 2 princes and 2 dragons in the God's Eye a sort of blood sacrifice to the trees on the island of Essex? There were plenty more deaths on the shores of the lake through the darks as well. Could this be what awakened the power of the stones of Harrenhal? Could these deaths have paid for a power that Alice took for her own? It is certainly noticeable that most of the magical power she seems to demonstrate in the books comes after the battle over the God's Eye. Bloodraven reminds us through his own abilities that use of multiple sources of magic is possible. Miriam's girl is a god's wife who learns much of healing, but also blood magic. Melisandre, unlike Thoros or Moqorro or others, is a shadowbinder, in addition to being a blood priestess of the law. Melisandre also tells us there is power in King's blood, a source available to Alice Rivers through Aemond, especially through their child together. She claims to feel her child's fire lit in her womb, not unlike how Dany described Rhaego's presence in hers. The last Lothston ruler of Harrenhal was apparently mad Danelle. She too was accused of turning to the dark arts, and this cost House Rothschild the lordship apparently. Did she follow the same path as Alice? Did she discover or reawaken the same powers Alice did? Were they somehow related? A consistent theme with George R. R. Martin is that power comes with a price, both the attainment of it and the wielding of it. That we cannot see any obvious weakness in Alice is perhaps a sign of abnormal talent, or just an ability to find a cost. Melisandre speaks quite directly to this in her POV chapter, though without specific details. She thinks about how she has paid a great price for her abilities, and that it has taken years and years of study and practice, and she still hides some of the pain it causes her. Reeves' Green Dreams began after a bout of water healing. Bran's powers began to manifest after his fall and subsequent coma. This is consistent with Bloodraven's instruction on the matter. He tells Bran that the old gods mark their chosen with disabilities. There's a case to be made that for Alice, power came suddenly, but there's no accompanying health crisis that we know of. Bloodraven also says many are marked by the old gods in other ways, such as with red or green eyes. He himself, of course, is an example of the red and Jojen of the green, but Alice's eyes are seemingly unremarkable. Perhaps, despite her First Men ancestry through House Strong and proximity to the Isle of Faces, she is a different sort of magic woman. She defies categorization. If we take everything we read about her at face value, it paints as varied or contradictory a picture as we have of any magic user. She can see the future in the flames like a red priestess, but unlike a red priestess, she also sees the future in clouds and pools of water. She seems to use her art to stay youthful, but not noticeably beautiful. The man who choked to death from afar and the exploding skull are anecdotes without clear parallel anywhere else in George R. R. Martin's work. The suggestion is that she uses love potions like Maggie the Frog, has a dragon like a Targaryen, and on the TV show can control dream dreams, direct others to access the Weirwood network, and even, although whether that was her or Helena, link up to a dragon dreamer's dreams. Oh, and to top it all off, the TV show also strongly hinted that she was a skin changer. Remember that bar language she had. As I said, it's an astonishingly broad range of powers. How much of that is real, and how much, like with Melisandre, is trickery? And what else can she do that we don't even know about? That last question, perhaps, is the key to all this. Alice River's story is not over. Through the books and TV show, we've only seen the opening salvos. It could last with her as ruler of Harrenhal for another 2 decades that we know nothing about. The ruling Targaryens after the dance will need to confront her. They cannot allow a rival claimant to the throne to live, or another power have a dragon, just when they have lost control of theirs. And if she is threatened, what powers could she unleash then? It will be fascinating to see. But what do you think? How powerful do you think Alice Rivers is, and what sort of magic user is she? Let me know in the comments below. If you'd like to see more of Song of Ice and Fire videos, please click on the link on the left of your screen. Or if you'd like to support the channel, thank you. There's a link to my Patreon page on the right of your screen. That's all for this time. Thanks for watching. I'll see you again soon.
Brewery's award-winning non-alcoholic brews. All the crafts, none of the compromise. Whether you're chasing trail miles, lake days, summer seasons, or backyard homes, our non-alcoholic beers are brewed to keep up with every scene. Full flavor, zero buzz. So you can stay out long, wake up ready, and make the most of every summer moment. Visit theshootsbrewery.com for a special offer on the Shoots non-alcoholic brews delivered straight to your door. Sing, sip.
What's the secret to maximizing your footy matches? Come, let me show you. When I'm watching a game, I want to feel like I'm a part of the crowd. And that's the new Ghost Lifestyle collections help provide immersive, spacious moments. For whether it be a professional or the rich immersive sounds from Ghost help elevate my match mixing that respect. Thank you, Ghost.
It would be easy to view the Weaver Weavers as nothing more than villains, deceptive creatures lurking in the shadows, manipulating events from afar, weaving a grand and terrible web which has caught and destroyed the lives of thousands of innocent bugs, all for their own selfish purposes. However, as we will discuss in this video, it is a bit more complicated. There is a more positive side to the Weaver's character. At least some of them were willing to sacrifice their freedom and their lives for the sake of a better future. Moreover, the Weavers are my favorite kind of antagonist because their motivations are extremely sympathetic. However, they resort to hideous means to accomplish their goals, and in the end they are condemned for their sins. Almost none of the Weavers meet happy endings. They flee to the far corners of the world where they do not find safety but only further danger. Some are forced to return by circumstances outside their control, and others are dragged back by the zombified forces of an awakening grandmother self, and they all meet the same fate in the end. Either a lonely death far away from home, or else to have their very souls consumed by the secret they have worked so hard to escape. So let's start at the beginning. The Weavers begin their story as simple and ordinary bugs called farlings. Their journal entry describes them as, quote, small arachnids found in many crevices and caves throughout Farland. They are particularly prevalent in the more barren spaces here, like the blasted steppes and the border caves. They are less common and more vibrant in lush corners of the kingdom, and this is important. The Farlids are small, they are weak. They can be defeated in a handful of needle sizes. In areas with high numbers of other predators, they cannot compete. Instead, they thrive in darkness, living on the fringes, surviving by hiding, tricking their prey, laying ambushes, rather than through sheer strength. As the journal entry for the Farlid diver reads, quote, arachnid that nestles in dark holes and cavern roofs, pounces on prey from far above. The smart hunter learns to wait long in ambush, always ready to strike the first blow. The Farlids are intensely territorial. If you play the needle end, they will sing, quote, our caves, our darkness, to hide, to nest, to live, always ours. The possessiveness which characterizes this dialogue is strikingly similar to that of Grandmother Silk. After the player defeats the unraveled boss fight and acquires the silk heart, she says, quote, bind their shells, bind their souls, bind them all. They are ours, bound forever. I think there are two possible ways we can interpret this jealous trait of the Farlids. If you view them through a more positive light, you could say that this is a possessiveness born of vulnerability. These are weak creatures cast out to the fringes, desperately clinging to the one little grubby piece of land they can call home, and saying, this one is ours, and we are not going to let anyone take it away from us, which makes their later flight from Farland seem kind of tragic, that they were forced to abandon the ancestral home they prize so highly. However, if you view them through a more negative light, you could say that this reveals that the Weaver's desire for dominance is something very deep in their nature, that it even predates their transformation into Weavers. They always longed for control and ownership, but were too weak to really act on those desires. Grandmother Silk did not make them into villains. She did not corrupt them with her power. It was always there. One last thing to note about the Farlids before we move on is the second half of their journal entry, where Hornet says, quote, something in their assault reminds me of my own skill, though their talents are born purely of instinct. My technique is formed from hard training. These are, of course, Hornet's own ancestors, and she can see some parts of herself reflected within their behavior. Of course, as she admits in this dialogue with the caretaker, she too is infected with that desire for dominance, saying, well, baked deep in my blood, as too, no doubt, for the one up top. In previous videos, I interpreted this as a characteristic of higher beings, but as we just saw, even the weakest creatures in Farland feel that same desire. The Farlids probably lived 2 to 4,000 years, creeping, crawling through their shadowy caverns, never changing, meager creatures unimportant, with no part in the grand kingdoms forged by the mantises of Botania, or the crustaceans of Carrot, or the hunter tribes of the Ants. Of course, all of that changed with the arrival of Grandmother Silk, who, as revealed in this flashback shown after the first boss fight, forcefully injected the parlors with her silk, gifted them the very substance of control, and with it tremendous power and intelligence, lifting them above all other bugs, transforming weedy little farlets into veritable demigods. And why did Grandmother Silk choose the farlets? Why not any of the other bugs of farlet? As we discussed in our analysis of her character, Grandmother Silk is motivated by loneliness. She desired a family, wants children so badly that she just keeps making more and more daughters, no matter how many times they rebel against it. As I mentioned before, the farlet's primary habitat is on the fringes. The border cavities, the blasted steppes, are very close to the outer edge of this land. If that is where Grandmother Silk first arrived, then it is possible they were simply the first living creatures she ever encountered. Or perhaps she saw something in the farlets that reminded her of herself, that possessiveness, that desire for control. She felt an affinity towards them. Maybe she even felt she was doing them a kindness by granting them the power to act on their deepest desires. Or, if we want to be more cynical, maybe she chose the farlets specifically because they were weak, and she expected them to be easy to control. As we see in the creation ways, she wants her daughters to be loyal, to be submissive to her. Whatever the case, the conclusion was the same. A new race of beings were born, the Weavers, and along with their mother they conquered all, or at least most, of the land that would become farland. The Weavers probably built some early version of the Citadel at this point, though it must have looked very different than it does today. They were extremely intelligent and discovered ways to use their self to construct highly advanced devices. The first living machines, the first architects were crafted in those days. For a time, things were all right. Grandmother Silk called them her daughters, and they accepted this as a fact, apparently forgetting their lowly origins. They believed themselves the children of a god, beings of power, purpose, and importance. However, these happier days were doomed to come to an end, and it was Grandmother Silk's fault. As we discussed in my video analyzing her character, Grandmother Silk's greatest flaw is her inability to understand the duties of a mother. She genuinely does care for her children, but that affection takes the form of possession and control. Her love was stifling. She tried to keep her daughters stuck in place forever and ever, never allowing them to choose their own destinies, to reach their full potential, to leave home and build an independent life of their own. In the present day, Widow, who is perhaps the last living Weaver and Farler, shows the audience how Grandmother Silk expected her daughters to behave. In her journal entry, Hornet describes Widow as a crazed fanatic. When you first meet her, he says, quote, "They shall join, union upon your thread, a gift for your wages, a world strung to serve." And later, quote, "How fine her shell and silk and claw, for you, mother, let me claim her all for you." And if you play the violin in the secret room in the cradle, an echo of Widow says, quote, "Our mother true, glory to you, devotion to you." Widow is utterly, absolutely, 100% devoted to her daughter Silk. Her entire life exists to serve. And I suspect this is what Grandmother Silk wanted from all of her daughters. Total loyalty, service, and worship forever. Eventually, most of the Weavers came to resent their mother, and even more damning, they no longer believed she was actually their mother at all. At some point, the Weaver we now know as the First Sinner discovered the truth of their origins, that they were not the biological children of a god. They were simple beasts, raised up not into divinity, but into eternal servitude. It was not a gift, but a curse. The First Sinner says, quote, "Cursed by Silk, cursed with Silk. She called us daughters, called us divine. She lied." The First Sinner was filled with rage at his perceived deception. She openly revolted, and in response, Grandmother Silk crushed her utterly. As the sign on her cell reads, she was declared guilty of the sin of apostasy, penance by constriction, absolution denied. She was condemned to be bound in this cage for all eternity. Upon witnessing this extreme punishment, I think the rest of the Weavers realized how potentially dangerous their predicament really was. They lived at the pleasure of their mother and could be destroyed by her at any moment. The weavers became obsessed with a singular goal, which is revealed through their needle and echo dialogue for various weave nests. For example, in Weaveness Merglin, quote, strength enough to build, to hope, strength beyond our silk, to keep us free. And in Weaveness Atla, quote, our runes, our silk, is it done, to keep us free, to bind her tight. And in a lore tablet inside that same Weaveness, quote, this low her days escape. Prepare, sisters, weave hope anew, that we might break free this accursed web born of our naive foundation. So the thing they are obsessed with is freedom. And as I mentioned earlier in the video, this is where the weavers become very sympathetic to me. These are rebel fighters, toiling beneath the overwhelming might of a tyrannical despot. They are underdogs, using their wits and their creativity to defeat an opponent far more powerful than themselves. In another world, they could have been the heroes of this story, and their schemes are so grand in scope. This rune harp reads, quote, hide her deep, the despised child, our shame shown in shell of iron. She is a wish cast vain, divinity mimicked in form too frail. That is the origin of Ava. I'm not sure if most players appreciate just how insane this is. To not just rebel against their god and creator, but to replace her with an artificial divine construct of their own creation. And their treatment of Ava reveals something else of their character. They grew to despise their child for failing its purpose. They abandoned Ava down here all alone. They treated their own offspring perhaps even worse than Grandmother Silk had treated them. In the end, they built this Citadel, whose true purpose is revealed in this dialogue with the Master, who says, quote, devised by your ancestors, that monstrosity, in their wicked, clever mind, a system, or a web they'd likely call it, a way to keep their mother sealed in slumber, and themselves free to lavish in their false rule. In this flashback, we see Widow and a large group of other weavers playing harps, and the melody causes Grandmother Silk to glow, to strengthen. It appears that her form can be influenced by music, by vibrations running along her silk. And so knowing this, the weavers decided to use music to trap their mother, a special melody designed to seal her inside this cocoon. Finally, they could be free, except not really. They still had a problem. The melody must be maintained forever in order to keep Grandmother Silk sealed away. In essence, the weavers had traded one form of bondage for another. They were still stuck here. So they prepared the next stage of their plan, to trick someone else into taking their place so they would be free to escape. In a previous video, I stated that the conductors are the ones responsible for the vast majority of the suffering we witness in the present day in Farlow, and so could be considered the true villains of Silksong. However, it is worth noting that the conductors never could have engaged in any of their brutality if the weavers had not laid the groundwork first. There's a lot of blame to go around here. On the surface, Hornet can find a long-abandoned village, the Nameless Town, and if she plays the needle in here, an echo of an ancient bug says, quote, sweet promises whispered, the weaving ones beckon, friends seduced, from depths below, now only the wind. The weavers lured ordinary bugs down into the Citadel with sweet promises of riches, power, and comfort, and then charged them with sustaining the song forever and ever and ever. In time, those bugs came to perceive this charge as a curse, just the same way the first sinner came to perceive her silk as a curse. In essence, the weavers did to these bugs exactly what Grandmother Silk had done to them. Raised them up with grand promises, only to trap them in a system of servitude. They are no better than the tyrant they are trying to escape from. And this is their greatest flaw, that inability to break free from the cycle of abuse. Except, once again, maybe not. Because while most of the weavers escaped, fleeing to the far corners of the world, a rare few of them chose to stay, to sacrifice their own chance at freedom for the possibility of a better future. And it is only thanks to them that Hornet and Lace and the ordinary bugs of the Citadel are ultimately able to cut themselves free from both Grandmother Silk's clutches and the hideous web woven by the weavers. to use across America. Let's go back and save the money. Checklist.
Welcome to a world where the salmon fight back, the weapons shoot to krill, the gadgets help you think outside the box, and the treasure's as spicy as you make it. Splatoon Raiders, only on Nintendo Switch 2.
Hey Roy, welcome to Total Wine and More. What you looking for?
Let's go upgrade expand on wine lovers.
Welcome to the Wine Lovers Paradise. Whatever you're looking for, we've got it. Custom favorites, special vintage, for the best prices in town. Everyone here is part of this one. It's tiny.
There's so much more.
You can find them all over Farlow. These are the seemingly dead weavers enshrined within these monuments. In this dialogue with the little pilgrim in Bone Bottom, Hornet describes those monuments as, quote, burial spires. They are tombs on the same level as the Great Pyramids of Giza. These are immense constructions, often stretching across multiple screens of the map, and seem to hang from the structure of the Citadel itself. And just like the pharaohs of ancient Egypt, these burial structures are a display of great power and wealth, remnants of a long forgotten age. These weavers were queens in their time. They ruled over this vast land, and there is strong evidence that they were far more benevolent rulers than the grandmothers so horrible conductors. The sign beneath the tomb in the Moss Village reads, quote, "Weaver of Farlow, by grace you work, by thread you heal. For your favor eternal, we offer our song." This does not sound like the epitaph of a tyrant. This sounds like a leader who did her best to care for those in her charge, a guardian and healer, a grateful population who offer up their song out of a sense of gratitude rather than from forced labor. And then there are these two weaver effigy relics. This one reads, quote, "Carving of Camorra, weaver of healing, a prayer is Eshtabana, weaver, heal my son, their fearful hearts, their limbs that shake at the climb to come. We pray with but a glimmer of your strength, that when we stand before your divinity, you see bugs shed free of fear." And then carving of Kilal, weaver of the path, "Blessed weaver, lady of grace, you who see our sin, our frail shells, our voices weak, and still offer your protection. How great your mind to care so much for one so lowly." And finally, carving of Atla, weaver of time, "By grace of your example and our history held full in mind, our song is yours, as your name is sacred. Weaver Atla, may you be praised eternal." The rhetoric here is much more grand than that of the sign in the Moss Village, and focus much more on praising the weaver's glory. But even so, these are still further examples of ordinary bugs who look to the weavers for guidance, protection, and inspiration. Finally, when Hornet interacts with the enshrined weavers, and they are actually still alive, by the way, if you turn off the music, you can very clearly hear them whispering. Anyway, when Hornet speaks to them, they say, quote, "Daughter of a distant land, we who remain have waited long. Bind our strength to yours. Reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom." This dialogue reveals that these weavers stayed behind so that someday they could offer their strength to someone with the potential to reclaim the future of Farlow, someone who could cut Grandmother Silk down once and for all. Without their power, their sacrifice, Hornet never even would have reached the Citadel. In this way, by the transitive power of heroism, they actually saved everyone. In a previous video, I struggled to make sense of the Weaver's two radically different reputations. Multiple characters, such as the Mask Maker and Chakra, describe them using words like wicked and vicious. But then why are they simultaneously being praised by the residents of the Moss Village? I now believe this difference can be explained by the contrast between the Weavers who stayed in Farloom and those who fled. The Weavers who left were the selfish ones, who would do anything to survive and developed a reputation for deception and spite, whereas the weavers who stayed behind were the ones who wanted to build a better future, who cared enough to use their power to help others. Unfortunately, during the long reign of the conductors, the history of the Weaver Queens of Farland was likely suppressed and eventually forgotten, and so the bugs of today only know the uglier side of their story. As for the weavers who left, they seem to have almost categorically met tragic fates wherever they went. To begin with, we have the example of the weavers of the Deep Nest in Halinas. When the night arrives here, their home is filled with corpses. Well, I guess that's what I get for writing and recording the entire script and then cutting out the video together before I bothered to look at the footage. In my memory, this weaver den in the Deep Nest was filled with corpses. But now that I look, there's really only a couple of them. So I guess most of the weavers actually survived to return home to Farland. And as long as I'm here correcting myself, now that I'm putting the video together, I think my previous characterization of the weavers who stayed behind as benevolent and compassionate may not be entirely backed up by the textual evidence. I think they may have actually been driven by selfish motivations as well. If you look at this sign underneath the weaver queen in the shellwood, it reads, quote, "Sister Spider, husk abound the branch. Watch over these bugs, passing safe. Warded by fear, no longer your meal." Judging by that final line, the weavers used to be predators who hunted down and devoured other intelligent bugs, which is an upsetting new wrinkle, but also that mention of passing safe makes it sound to me like the weaver embedded herself here to protect the path of pilgrimage, to make sure pilgrims completed their journey up to the Citadel, where they could sustain the song and keep Grandmother Silk sealed inside the cocoon. So it is less benevolent and more just ensuring that the bugs they tricked into coming here actually made it to their destination alive. They are just furthering the same manipulative scheme as all the other weavers. Moreover, the way they tell Hornet that they have waited long for her arrival may suggest that the weavers who left were not just fleeing, but actually out there searching for some means of destroying Grandmother Silk, to produce a powerful enough child or weapon to turn against their creator. In that flashback scene where we see the weavers of the Deep Nest trying to manipulate a young Hornet, and then Hera tells her, quote, "Ignore them, daughter, their whispers. Greater, grander, weaver, guardian, queen, those are their desires, not your own, certainly not mine. Only if you resist them, you might see it, another hope beyond." Maybe what the weavers were trying to do was manipulate her into returning to Farland to fix Grandmother Silk, using her inherited power of the worm combined with the power of the weavers. Maybe that was their plan all along, the whole reason why Hera agreed to work with the Pale King in the first place. But after her daughter was actually born, Hera, out of a sense of motherly love, changed her mind, and instead wanted her daughter to have the freedom to choose her own destiny, something her own mother never allowed her to do. I do still think there is something at least somewhat heroic in the decision by these weavers to stay behind. They must have known there was a chance they might never be free, never have another opportunity to escape, and also in the way they sacrificed the last of their power to Hornet to give her a chance to survive instead. They're just maybe not quite as selfless as I described before. Anyway, this picture is about a year long, so it was featured in the original script, and just as a reminder, my past self had reached the point of the video where I was discussing the tragic fate of the weavers who left Farland, starting with the ones who built the Deep Nest. So here it is, back to the original script. When the night arrives here, their home is filled with corpses. And the description of the weaver song Thrum reads, quote, "Silken Thrum contains a song of farewell, left by the weavers who departed Halinas for their old home, summoned weaverlings who give the lonely bear some companionship and protection. The weavers fled Farland to escape from one tyrannical, all-consuming god, only to run headfirst into another one here in Halinas, the Radiance, a wrath-filled deity whose infection destroyed the very minds of every bug within reach. Those who did not die here chose to attempt the perilous return journey home. That charm also speaks to the dual reputation of the weavers. Once again, they are being portrayed positively, offering companionship and protection to the lonely knight.
Air's hot chocolate chip cookie dough has cookie dough and chocolate chunks in every bite, but not calories. So you can ice cream like nobody's watching. Ice cream like never before.
I think it fits.
Gagging.
It doesn't fit.
Oh. Super Sub, your pet stays alive even if your player gets sucked off.
Living with depression? Ability can help you get it going. Ability worked fast. Some saw relief in as early as 1 week. And ability lasted. On average, significant relief was seen at 6 weeks. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions. Girls under 25. Tell your doctor of sudden changes to negative thoughts or feelings. Don't take it from bad or have seizures or an eating disorder or have abruptly stopped drinking alcohol. Taking benzodiazepines, barbiturates, or antipsychotics. Don't take it from your thoughts or medicines you take to avoid a life-threatening condition. Don't take it pregnant or planning it. Ability or baby. Don't breastfeed during treatment. Dizziness, headache, sleeping, sexual problems, and excessive sweating are common. Ask your provider about Ability.
The story never tells us what happened to those weavers. Most likely, either they succumbed to the harsh environment of the howling wasteland between kingdoms, or else they returned to a home that had already fallen to the haunted, were beaten by the firebug whose family hornet was, or consumed by the mother sylph. That same fate appears to have befallen many weavers who fled, as revealed by the sheer number of empty rune cages in the cradle. These have the exact same design as the one which was used to transport the kidnapped hornet forward. My theory is that Grandmother Sylph was consumed in their thread, literally taking back the soul she had granted them, in order to gather enough power to break free from her seal. And 3 of these cages have inscriptions we can read. This one says, quote, Weaver and Quarter Park, last of their line, staked to service, tracked and taken beneath the city of steel. 8 choristers, 12 envoys lost to task. Weaver and 8, last of their line, mortally wounded, tracked and taken in the black areas. 4 choristers, 1 reed lost to task. Weaver and 8 Park, last of their line, frail with age, tracked and taken in Sandsea Waste. 7 choristers, 1 envoys lost to task. These descendants were not living happy and fulfilled lives out there like they were meant for. Even before the arrival of Grandmother Sylph's minions, they are described as being mortally wounded, frail with age, staked to service in foreign lands, struggling to survive in such rotten-sounding locales as the Sandsea Waste and the Black Barrens. In this way, just like so many other antagonists, the Weavers were ultimately destroyed by their own choices. They tricked the bugs of the Citadel into taking their place, a cursed position, eternal service and bondage, and eventually those very same bugs, under the thrall of Grandmother Sylph, hunted them down and dragged them back to their doom. It is only through the sacrifice of those few weavers who stayed behind that their collective character is redeemed at all. To end this analysis, I want to examine this lore tablet found near Plutopia. It reads, quote, Sisters, spiders, watch these waters flow, cleansing and binding as silk from shell, memories of our kingdom calm. This is one of the very rare examples of a weaver's words completely unrelated to their convoluted schemes and desperate, obsessive desire for freedom. Instead, we see a simple longing for happier bygone times. It reveals that for all of their incredible intelligence and their terrible sins, plots, and their tricks, at their core, the Weavers are bugs just like anyone else. All they ever really wanted was peace, and they never found it, no matter how far they ran. It's interesting that the 2 games I have spent the most time analyzing in 2025 are Clear Obscure and Silksong, and without spoiling anything, they both have stories which involve children rebelling against their very powerful parents, trying to find new purpose in their broken of their past mistakes, parents who cannot let go of their children, morally gray characters who have sympathetic souls but who engage in really ugly behavior, deception, and manipulation to accomplish stuff. Isn't it fascinating that the world, which on the surface appears as if it could not be more underneath are really dealing with the exact same things? This was going to be my last video on Film Zone, but just like with Claire Obscure, I'm having a hard time saying goodbye. These might be some of my favorite videos I've ever done. Hollow Knight is one of my all-time favorite games ever, and it's really been a joy to dig deep into the story of the sequel. So let's do one more. Let's do a video on Grey Root. There are already dozens of videos on Grey Root on YouTube, and I have nothing new to add to the discussion, but let's do it anyway because I want to. And it's Christmas, for God's sake. Let's celebrate
stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. It's just 4 doses of Mystcraft. Just start doses. Ask your doctor about Skyward.
Greetings, Guardians. My name is Botania. In this series of videos, I'm talking about the world of Destiny and the creatures, characters, and factions that inhabit it. In this moment of stillness, we can stop and see the world for the garden that it is.
It's been so long since the last book in the Song of Ice and Fire series has been released, but it feels like the itty-bitty details of this 5,000-year-long rivalry has been known to us readers from the start, but we only truly see their nature from one another in the last book, Death of Dragons. If Lynn is still on the Rivalry's mission, he comes across both Knight Nords, House Blackwood and Bracken in the middle of one of their main homes. Jamie Lannister does steal the show during his own POV chapter of Magic Dragons, in a parlay with both Knight Nords. At this point in the story, Jamie is a completely changed character. Finally dedicated himself to the knight he always envisioned himself being as a young school. Riverlands have been ravaged in every single one of the 5 books just because of their unfortunate geographic location. Right in the middle of everything, with little natural defenses to stop invaders during any war for the land. The only house in Riverlands to remain defiant is House Blackwood. They have that old school honor. And since Robb Stark is dead, the Lords, the Tullys, crushed and kicked out of their own castle. But still, the Blackwoods had the Stark banner hanging on their walls, so the Crown sent the Brackens to deal with their old enemies. Despite being all buddy-buddy on the same side of the war, just 2 books prior. After the Red Wedding, Lord Jarlath Bracken has been laying siege to the Blackwoods' old castle, Raventree Hall, for months, attempting to start a war. There had been sorties and skirmishes at the start of the siege, and arrows flying back and forth. Half a year into it, everyone was too tired for such nonsense. Boredom and routine had taken over, abundance and discipline. Past time this was ended, eventually. Problem is, the Brackens can never subdue the Blackwoods. Their deep-rooted hatred for one another was just that strong. The Blackwood would stubbornly die before that. House Blackwood currently has 0 issue with the Starks that were their original enemies, but cannot let the Bracken thing go. Being next door to one another just keeps reopening old wounds. Author George Martin has his characters to be favors for the others, and time again, he writes the Brackens to be complete assholes with varying competence and decision-making skills. I learned very few months ago of the series, Thomas Bracken tells Jacob. When I offer you some counsel, it does not serve to be too gentle with these Blackwards. Treachery runs in their blood. Before the Embers and the Westeros, as Bracken ruled this river, we were kings, and the Blackwards were our vassals. They betrayed us and usurped the crown. Every Blackwood is sworn a turnkey. You would do well to remember that when you are making terms. Oh, I shall, he promised. But that's just one side of a very old story that I think is bullshit. The Blackwoods' origin story of the feud is more believable. Every family member has shown to be honest, even about their defeat to the Stark Kings over 6,000 years in the past. The Starks even chased them out of their seat that was in the Wolf's Wood near Winterfell. The Blackwoods were originally Northerners, which explains their connection to modern magic. And even now, as a house in the Riverlands, they decided to keep their faith in the old gods. And doing that would only make them outsiders in any kingdom outside of them. Jimmy asks the Blackwood heir their outsiders. How did this all begin between Blackwood and Bracken? Is it written now? He doesn't know, the boy said, that some of the histories were penned by their masters and some by ours. Centuries after the events that they report to chronicle, years after the future heroes. The Blackwoods were kings in those days. The Brackens were petty lords, renowned for breeding horses. Rather than pay to a king who's just due, they used the gold of the horses' body, their swords, and passed them down. When did this all happen? Jimmy asked. 500 years before the Embers, 1,000 if the true history is to be believed. No one knows when the Embers crossed another sea. That's a certain thing, all the dates are hazy and confused, and the clarity of history becomes the fog of legend. So with all the details, this community Blackwood historian provided in that dragons, I'm inclined to believe the truth is somewhere closer to the honorable family over the sagebruds. One thing is for sure, both houses were kings at different times, sometimes the exact same time. It just didn't mean as much as the current era. The Age of Heroes was one name, but another was the Age of the Kingdoms. Not to share them, because the Blackwoods have always been damn near the most powerful house in Riverlands, just never the top. After running away to the Riverlands and having problems with their neighboring leaders, the Blackwoods faced a much larger problem. Their neighbors, like all their fellow Westerosi, were the same race that migrated from the Essos, the first name, but another race of men settled over with better fortitude to hear and by large numbers. The Andals, who fanatically believed in the Faith of the Seven, religion, no magical ties, were boring. The Blackwoods and the Brackens fought together side by side for the first time ever. But like every house in the Riverlands, they fell to the Andals in the Battle of the Bitter River. Then, following the battle, the Blackwoods were allowed to keep their faith in the old gods, but the Brackens converted to the Faith of the Seven, like most of the families. The Andals failed to unite the River Kings because the years following the invasion, there was a bastard born knight that properly owned his kingdom. There was a bastard born from one wealthy parent and the other with the Bracken. Jimmy wonders why peace was never made over such an old issue of reigning power. Jimmy's got the Loremaster that was with Jimmy through his council. So many years, so many wars, so many kings. You'd think someone would have made peace. Someone did, my lord. Many someone. You had 100 pieces with the Brackens, many sealed with marriages. With Blackwood blood, every Bracken, and Bracken blood in every Blacken. House Justman is a family name of a bastard from Martin. This is Benedict the He represents how several of these two families can be mutual heirs over the sea. It took him 30 years, but he defeated all the kings who looked down upon his birthdays. He's considered the greatest knight of his day, and since he was a knight, that means, funny enough, he's the first annual king of the Riverlands. But the Justmans went extinct after going for almost 300 years. And truly evil on islands who bore took them all out and became the last Justman king that was sacrificed to the one god. The Gore family is one that you guys remember when speaking about Riverlands lore, because they're always screaming in whenever the king of Frost is speaking. The very generation of the Riverlands is just pure hope that ever did. But now the Justmans took the Riverlands into chaos with the power of the and they all went to war for that royal status, including the Blackwoods and Brackens. But the ones who came out on top were none of them made to about the of faith. The Andals they were very angry. The Blackwoods were not very friendly. Heroes had already been cut down in the initial Andal invasion. The Blackwoods were not going to let it happen to their very own card traded in their castle yard. The Blackwoods took a few generations, but eventually they rose up against their own three kings and continued to suppress the old ones. Luckily for the Blackwoods, the two got married from him to rule their goal was to convert as unconditional. The brackets may have fought for the trees after finding out that under the brackets if they fought for the old ones. Lord Roderick Blackwood died in the fighting, just with every now member of the house, distinguishing but the kingdom never went back to Blackwood's. She got messy when the Storm King suggested having a female Blackwood rule, so he just took the kingdom for himself to prevent rebellion. I believe the Brackens fought for the keys because sometime between the Andal invasion and the Storm King takeover, House Bracken decided to poison the Brackens of the or the largest still standing. This may have been one of the no return to this game. A way which never truly dies is at the moment. Always lived on story some of their ancestors and followers founded the prisoner led to the iconic red leaves, never going back, and the trunk and branches slowly turn to stone, but the ravens still come to roost on this tree. The Brackens are known to associate with ravens and strong fighters. Blackwards are all about their ravens and very transparent. For approaching years, Tiberians had come recent about and still no mention of Blackwood magic. The Storm Kings from the neighboring Stormlands kingdom were immune for more than 3 centuries, though the River Lords rose against Storm's End at least once each generation. When Storm's End's grasp upon the Riverlands was finally shattered, there was no River Lord who broke it, but a rival conqueror from beyond the lands of the Trident, Harwin Hoare, called the Hardhand, King of the Iron Islands. And that brings the return of the overly cruel House Hoare to the Riverlands. But this time, they took the Riverlands from the Storm King and began constructing the largest castle for themselves in the Riverlands, called Harrenhal. It was built by the Riverlanders with the key and enslaved. Lord Tully abandoned Riverrun in a fight, even though their strength to join the host gathering at Raventree Hall under Lady Agnes Blackwood and her sons. But when Lady Agnes advanced upon the Ironborn, her belligerent neighbor, Lord Luther Bracken, fell upon her rear with all his strength and put her men to flight. Lady Agnes herself and 2 of her sons were captured and delivered to King Harwin, forced the mother to watch as he strangled her boys with his bare hands. Yet Lady Agnes did not weep if the tales are true. I have other sons, told the King of the Iron Islands. Raventree shall endure long after you and yours are cast down and destroyed. Your line shall end in blood and fire. Finally, a hint of some magic, since that's exactly how they go extinct. But the world of Ice and Fire ends that quote by likely not prophetic speech or native invention added to a tale by some singer or speaker. What we do know is that Harwin Hardhand was so impressed by his captive's defiance that he offered to spare her and take her as a salt wife. I would sooner have your sword inside me than your car, Lady Agnes replied. Harwin Hardhand granted her wish. Some Stormlands believe the Ironborn will never be from Storm Kings. These vibrations are it has been said that quickly Stonehenge, Lord the Bracket may come and cause the Ironborn will believe that the Hardhand would make him king. Harwin Hoare would never serve a man to be a penitence. Those Riverlords who have fought beside him would have not been exchanged one master for another. The new master was harsher, crueler, and more exacting than the old man. Father Bracken himself was amongst the first to learn that lesson when he sought to rise against the Hardhand half a year later. Only a few minor lords rallied to his banners, and King Harwin rushed to recover, sacking and slighting Stonehenge, and hanging Lord Bracken from a crow cage for the best part of his year whilst he slowly starved to death. The Blackwoods finally found an enemy they hated as much as the Brackens. The last Storm King went to a young Lord Aegon Targaryen for help dealing with the war. As his offer was so disrespectful, Aegon decided he wouldn't only conquer the Riverlands to stop the spread of Hoare's evil, House Targaryen would conquer everything. Aegon named Edmund Tully as Riverlord, forced the Riverlords to declare the Targaryens as lowered him of the Trident, reducing the other Riverlords to vassals. The Tullies were not only the first of the war, but were also the most powerful family left in this kingdom. They gleamed and gold to Hoare's cruel reign. Other powerful houses of Riverlands were not so fortunate. Navigating for Aegon's conquest, the Blackwoods and Brackens had entered into a new private Previously, the Ironborn overlords had largely ignored such conflicts amongst the vassals, sometimes turned their venom against one another to keep them weak. But this time, the feuding disrupted the construction of Harrenhal, and that was enough reason for King Harry the Black to deal with him harshly. If it wasn't for the ancient feud, the Blackwoods would have likely been selected by Aegon the Conqueror to rule over the Riverlands once again. How ironic is that? And now they fully accepted that it will never end. Their hatred just keeps adding on some new layers every couple generations. Under the Dragon Kings, they played nice with one another for over 100 years, but in 112 AD, 112 years after Aegon conquered the Seven Kingdoms, Samuel Blackwood and Amos Bracken fought a duel at the hand of young Princess Rhaenyra. Within the source material, the Bracken boy wins. Neither one of these characters was supposed to die here, though. House of Dragon went nuts with this scene. These two live to fight for opposing sides in Targaryen civil war between Rhaenyra and Aegon II. Blackwoods pledged fealty to Rhaenyra's Black faction, the Brackens on the side of Green. Out of every house in the Seven Kingdoms, these two rival families were the first to kick off open battle war against the dragons. Samuel, leading the Blackwoods now, Sir Amos Bracken, the night he cut him down. The Brackens are almost always the better swordsmen. Blackwood's body types suit them better for archery. The scene in House of Dragon Season 2 didn't really adapt with their hero, it went for a more visual focused feature. When we get further in time, it's a closer to one of the Seven Kingdoms era, where this rivalry was a major factor to starting another Targaryen civil war. This time, no dragons. King Aegon Targaryen IV reignited the cycle of future by taking a mistress in House Bracken. He gets her pregnant and then has to kick her out of quarter after the baby's birth because the Brackens started overreaching for more power, suggesting the mistress become queen. For some twisted reason, Aegon takes on a Blackwood mistress names and grants the Blackwoods some more power. The Hills and grandmother's breasts. Now that Lady Barbara Bracken and the king's bastard were sent away, Barbara jealously started shit-talking the new mistress, Lady Melissa Blackwood's splendid, flattered figure. So the king just gave the desirable Hills to the Blackwoods and named it Mrs. Teats, replacing Barbara's Teats. Scandalous stuff, but the rivalry gets much uglier in a few years. Barbara and her father began to know Queen Barbara's younger sister to seduce the lusty king who won the rivalry, but at this point in the story, the king's physical appearance took a turn for the worse, getting old and morbidly obese due to his lusty and gluttonous habits. That younger sister was grossed out by the fat king, whose body was literally flying away, and started sleeping with a more attractive Kingsguard member in the castle. They were caught by Aegon himself. The younger Bracken girl was forced to watch the Kingsguard be suspended, and so her father was executed afterwards. Barbara and the king's bastard, Aegon Rivers, would never return to court, but they were punished during the Shield King's war. Melissa Bracken was so hard and the bastard so perfectly that to grow up at court and have a very close relationship with his full Targaryen family. Melissa Blackwood was even more loved back at Raven's home, where a statue of her was put up in the God's Group. Aegon Rivers had to watch as his family rivals got drastically better treatment than him, and that built up some resentment in him. The Brackens would have no chance of building a reputation when it comes to court. So Aegon grew closer to another Blackfire, with the chit-chat over their love of swords. Some whispered, including the king himself, that bastard Daemon should be next to the throne, for no good reason other than spite. In the king's arguments, he legitimized every bastard who made relay the noble birth, a very weird thing to do, between Blackfire and evil Reapers alive. The last of the king's bastard children, a girl called Sheila Ceaston, who became one of the boys who in Seven Kingdoms, the love of both her half-brother Bittersteel and Bloodhaven, whose rivalry they ripened to hatred. Vernon Rivers, aka Bloodhaven, and Bloodhaven, was madly in love with his sister Sheila. We don't know what to this time if Aegon Rivers even got into contact with her, being so far from court, but he likely wanted her just to get back at them. Sheila liked them a lot, but didn't so much for him, and took pleasure in just leading him on while sleeping with Brendan, and repeatedly denying his marriage offers. Aegon moved on with his soul training, eventually getting betrayed to one of Hugh Blackfire's daughters, so his niece. All while, Brendan continued to be madly in love with Sheila, mastering his aim with a real bow. For years, Aegon pushed for Daemon Blackfire to take claim to the throne, and one day he agreed. Vernon Rivers, now almost exclusively focusing on Bloodhaven, cut word. He was his half-brother, and during the Hills' last histories, the whole realm was under the impression that Bloodhaven was using warding magic to spy on potential enemies. Finally, some real Blackwood magic. The king ordered arrest of both of those bastard murders, but They escape and start a full-blown rebellion against loyalists led by the Baron and his half-brother brother. First rebels, led by the Pretender, Demon Blackfire and Witchery. The Blackfire stood no chance with the small support they had, but a multi-kingdom civil war over some Blackwood Bracken drama did make the rounding. Demon Blackfire and two of his heirs were shot down by Bloodred and his team's players, but Withersteel finally got his chance to take out his bitterness on his family. He proved this strength, slashing Bloodred's eye completely before escaping with the remaining Blackfire rebels, the Essers. He founded a seltzer company out there called the Golden Company. The only one with a good reputation too. You wanna know how damn good this Bracken is? He not only dedicated his life to the game, Bloodhaven in turn dedicated his life on watching his family and convinced that he can be served by the unknown, until Withersteel and Bloodhaven back to support it. But Withersteel was an amazing fighter and an amazing peacekeeper. His efforts must have earned him great respect. In total, there were 5 clans led by different Blackfires every 3 feet. And between all the battles, some you'll hear about in the Seven Kingdoms, Sir Arthur got the nickname of the Brute of Bracken, that his quote-unquote accidental killing of the Blackwood fighter a couple years before having the Seven Kingdoms. He even appears in the paper. He's the comedian that stands out just a fart from the speech. He's less of a clown than the role he plays. Things calmed down after Withersteel's death in 241 BC. His last wish as a 69-year-old soldier was for his golden company to flesh from his skull, dip it into gold, and build it before them and would cross the narrow sea to retake Westeros. Things were good again for a couple decades, but then the Tories had to step in and Catelyn and Lysa were not there. The Black and North and Blackwood visited the Tories after overrun the ring and food before the real concept of girls is wrong. I bet we can do this. The Lords finished arguing and House of Tully took them up and were found in his chamber. No one should tell us the details of the campaigns of this particular game. The Tullys seem to be doing the best they can to keep their most powerful family at peace. Both leading families played nice during Lavish Rebellion, helping the Tullys take out the Mad King, but so long as men remember the wrongs done to the forebears, no peace will ever arrive. Exact words from James D. Appleton. He says, "We go on, century after century, and the Blackmores and then the father says there will never be any peace." Jamie comes up with a Lannister solution, saying, "There could be. How, my lord? The old wounds never heal." My father had a sin, never wounded good man, don't claim vengeance. After things end off in 300 AC, both families now swing freely through Littlefinger. Weasel is going to look for the Tullys and doesn't care for his Newcastle Hillhead. Around in Westeros with Withersteel's golden skull, and they're coming for the Lannisters. If Red Raven's old ass doesn't even seem interested. The new focus isn't this feud, it's the bigger picture we already got now. Maybe he's over it, but in his first hour minute with Bran Stark, he says, "We had a brother, we did."
We code your future with the tech-forward and tech-ready Lexus NX.
What even is the deep dark?
That would be because the last time this computer was used was for recording, not streaming. As it so happens. What a pain, what a pain. My car stalled in the middle of the road earlier. It was quite the hassle. Yeah, nothing quite so extreme. I'm not sure why, but for some odd reason, OBS seems to capture audio not quite as well as my editing and recording software does. But this doesn't have enough gold in it. Whoops. The Twilight Forest music makes it pretty easy to fall asleep. Shouldn't take long. Didn't like OBS? What do you use now? Because OBS just seemed like the easiest option available. Got 3 ingots in there, so I'm gonna put 6 back into it. I'm stuck with XSplit. I haven't had any issues with OBS cutting out. If anything, OBS has actually been more stable than like streaming on my PlayStation. Because if I stream on console, if any internet interruption happens whatsoever, that's just it. Stream is over. It's lights out. OBS tries to automatically reconnect and shit whenever streams go out, which is convenient. It'll cause like a little buffer, but then it'll just pop up like nothing happened. What is it that I use for editing the videos? Davinci Resolve. The audio quality just sounds a lot better. Although part of that might be that I'm trying to make the audio better for those videos. I'm a lot closer to the mic. I'm talking with fake microphones that I can lock the fuck in. Did all the Terraria streams on XSplit? Never heard of it. Interesting though. It's Twilight Forest music. It's the type of shit to make a wizard. Oh, you know what? That just reminded me. You know what's even better than Twilight music? Even though I didn't think such a thing was even possible. I need to start setting up like a waystone system, so I can just teleport all around my base. I realize that in chasing scale, I might have made things slightly inconvenient to navigate, but that's fine. It's fucking raining. Who needs the Twilight Forest when you can just stop and stare at the stars? Oh, look at that. Seems I come just in time. One's about to crash into the ground as we speak. Where are you going to land? Pretty close, it feels like. Distracting me, stop. I gotta start a hole. Down. There we go. This is like the perfect way to get a good angle. Oh, we're almost to where it's gonna crash. We might actually get to see it crash. Oh, we're gonna get to see it crash. There it goes. The shining casing. These shooting stars, by the way, I discovered are the reason that we're in the worst version of Astral Sorcery. Not necessarily the worst version of Astral Sorcery, the least comprehensive, least finished version of Astral Sorcery. We are playing in 1.12, the Astral Sorcery mod, but patch 1.10, the Fallen Star update. Or I guess 1.11 rather, the Fallen Star update. And the reason that's important is because they made a fuck ton of massive changes whenever you switch to that version. Which means all of the main guides for Astral Sorcery 1.12 are going to be incorrect if you're playing in the Fallen Star update. But the reason the Fallen Star update is important is because these things happen. Shining casings. Are you fucking serious? Absolutely bitchless. As I was saying, see, shining casings are only obtained by fallen stars like that, and they're basically Astral Sorcery loot crates. With a Lucent Scroll. These are really important, and I'm going to tell you exactly why these are important. When you learn a Lucent Scroll, this scroll has some pale scribblings on it. Right-click to add it to your tome. You don't just add it to your one tome. You add it to every tome. That is to say that you learn this information. This information is not saved to your in-game character. It is saved to your Minecraft data. If you load any Astral Sorcery world after obtaining and reading one of these, you will have the information that is inside of it. I could go on a single player world and grind astral sorcery and find all of these and learn the information therein, and then I could come back to the server with enlightenment that no one else has. For instance, when I was originally beta testing Arcana 3, had I gone into the Astral Sorcery mod instead of Roots during that initial phase, I would probably still have these saved from way back then, and I would have started with them this whole time. I didn't even know that you could do that you could add something that you can find in a Minecraft world that will carry over to all your other Minecraft worlds. I didn't know that such technology was even viable, but it seems it is. Imagine the advantage you could have started with if you pre-gamed for the pack by grinding out and collecting all these lucent pages so that you just have all the knowledge already. But anyway, right click to add it to your tome. So you don't even actually have to have the book on you. You can just right click it, and now I have gained the knowledge of attunement, personal attunement, forever, on my character, on any world. I can make a brand new save right now, and I will have the knowledge of personal attunement. It's rather fascinating. I can tap into the... See, I like how I stopped the rain 5 fucking minutes ago. Guess what, Jerry? It's fucking raining again. But I've come to a conclusion. I believe that I have become a master of the stars, of the leaves, of the trees, of the plants, of just about everything. Because I truly am just the best mage. It's a pity that my competition are all such fucking shit. But that's acceptable. You can't expect much from fledgling sorcerers like these guys. Here at Arcana, though, we're getting the real shit done. Also, I broke Botania. I found the missing ingredient that makes the mod incredibly efficient. I thought the Kekimura was good because I could feed it cake and generate a pretty decent amount of mana. But the Narslimus is genuinely the stupidest thing ever. It's so stupidly fucking efficient. It's ridiculously busted. Azure Team still holds top. That is the most delusional delusion I've ever heard in my entire life. Let's take a moment to stop and think about what competition we really have here. Well, I guess John doesn't count as competition. If anything, he's technically my ally. But while the Three Musketeers have been dicking about, building one meager refinery. I rule a magical kingdom at this point. An entire nation that heals to my command. I have restored the ancient academy. I have constructed an astral space station that is goated as hell. What rivals? There are none. I have no rival. Anytime it seems you're already on board with the Astral Sorcerer Skybase, huh? It's funny you say that. Because this is my Astral Observatory. And since I unfortunately can't move it, although it would be hilarious if I could teleport the entire thing around. Just appear in the sky above you one day like the Death Star. Hello there, blue team. I don't have a fucking star laser, no. Suspiciously super weapon shaped space station. But since I can't move my base to you, and since I can't let a plebeian enter my magical kingdom, especially when they claim to be a rival, even though, let's be real, we have no rivals. I'm afraid I'm gonna have to come to you if you want to build this sky city you're talking about, but I haven't seen a sky city to conquer, unless you have. That's not a bad idea, though, conquering a pre-existing city. One of the storm ones, the Farum places. I started building my space station from scratch. It's the only way I can get a good vantage point of the magical sugar cane. But you see, having so much magical potential, it makes me wish that instead of accepting this decision to be rivals, I had simply guided these poor fools. It's clear to me that they didn't need a rival, they needed a teacher. Someone to guide them in the mystic arts. The Doctor Strange to their America. Admittedly, when I was doing the whole team idea, I kinda had Umbra and Curb in mind. And without Umbra and Curb, the idea fell just a little bit flat. Other than the bell, you have anything in mind? Other than the bell? Oh, I don't know. But also, when you say Arcana 3 soundtrack, how copyright free is the Arcana 3 soundtrack? How fair use is the soundtrack exactly? I feel like that might be an important question. Interesting. Makes sense. I have a burn mark on my arm, and it's finally starting to itch. You know what? Have you gathered the appropriate credentials? You have these credits. Oh, there we go. You can already see one of them. You just gotta let it get a little bit darker. This is a problem though. When I'm up here, there's an incredible amount of lag due to an army of cultists of Row spawning beneath my feet. You can see one of them down there already. They spawn in the hundreds. You won't know until I fall down there, and then you'll see them ambush me all at once. It really does almost make the mod worth it all on its own. Some nights you can see more of them than others. There's 5 total, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, there's one more that's not out tonight. They just float around in the starry expanse. I don't think there's any that I haven't discovered yet. I think these are, well, like I said, there's 5 and only 4 are out tonight, but these are the main ones. It just makes the overworld a better experience overall once you unlock them. Or you'll be messing around in your base or something like that, and you'll just look up and just kind of enjoy the stars. I wish there was a little bit more going on, just a little bit. But the concept is peak. That's not supposed to be happening. I think it's because I've been forgetting to turn it off. Because I've been forgetting to turn it off, it's been fucking up and wasting it. The only thing about shaders is that you don't get that feeling of unlocking the stars. Huh. I don't like that I can visually see the cutoff of beacon beams. What's that about? I swear you normally can't. That ain't even that tall, bro. That's not even that much taller than the sugarcane. What the hell? I mean, hell, the island almost looks taller than my beacon. What is this madness? Oh, the stars, the stars. Yeah guys, I did a little bit of mining off camera. I built a small starter house for us to move into. Hopefully this gets us started. You know, as any starter base should. Clearly, a starter base like this needs to be just optimal all around. See, you don't understand what Inner Ilum is, and you're not familiar with that name, I imagine. But if you were, oh, you understand. Oh, lightning. In the middle of my base. Lovely. Riddle me this. Riddle me. Hold on. Riddle me. Fucking. Okay. But riddle me this. Yes, like I was saying. But riddle me this, you might not be familiar with any order, but you may be familiar with another tower, Tower of Doubt. I'm sure you've heard of it. Great things, I assume. It was very tall. It was the tallest tower, some could say, the greatest tower. Everyone agreed it was the best tower. If anyone understood towers, it was the makers of that tower. They had the best tower in the history of towers. It's really a tower. It was huge. I could even say huge. Even in the twilight period, fucking rains non-stop. You can't even turn the rain off in here. The rain just follows you endlessly. The wand is inert inside this dimension for some reason. It cannot cast changed weather. My guess is it's because of the special weather conditions that islands use as gatekeepers. The game's like, well, we can't do that or you'll be able to go into the highlands, so you're not allowed to change the rain. But what if I've already unlocked the highlands, huh? What if I'm tired of it fucking raining all the time? What am I to do then? towered so hard that they stopped understanding each other. That's very true, and you're very far behind as well. It's staggering how long it takes. Or I guess maybe the stream is just really that far behind right now. It's usually a little bit closer, I feel like. But that's very true. They towered so hard that they stopped understanding each other. As it happens, I'm gonna tower even harder. Just here. Try that again. We'll get it. There we go. Kind of ruined by the wind, but we're gonna tower even harder. It'll be the greatest tower, the best tower that ever towered. It'll be the tower of all time. There will never be a wizard tower within this world as great as this wizard tower shall be. And as it happens, the world is not very deep. I'm pretty close to bedrock, so I have a lot of room to go upwards. The tallest structure I can think of is the Ergas Tower. We're gonna be taller. For comparison, I'll show you. The Ergas Tower is at Y level. If I can get up there. Okay. About 246. We're currently sitting at a humble Y level 73. So when we get done adding about 156 more blocks in height, we'll be pretty much set. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm off tomorrow. They changed my schedule around all sorts of ways, and it's super fucky. But apparently I'm off Thursdays and Fridays now? Yeah, that sounds right. Thursday and Friday, I guess, are my new off days. Whether I'll be blooding my born or grinding out some magic, who knows? Who's to say? The future is ever mysterious. Okay, I have an idea. Oh, I have the wrong skeleton. Yo, this armor... This armor is crazy, by the way. 7,000 durability. We didn't even need to add Apotheosis. If everyone just wore this shit, dude, we would never have to worry about our gear breaking. I didn't even bother enchanting it. I have been gang fucked by the cultists of Row like 8 times now, and they still haven't managed to break my basic armor. It's crazy. 7,000 durability. Like, that's just absurd. I'd like to capture some of these. They're really cool. This is what the glow squid could have been. Instead of being a squid, it just fucked around in the sky sometimes on starry nights. Improves it 10 times instantly. Yeah, see, if I go to the overworld, I can stop the rain and then come back and it disappears. I guess storms travel across dimensions. Oh shit. My input on the new soundtrack? Yeah, okay. Might be able to work something out where I can see where it's sounding like. Ooh, we saved ourselves. Also, I have found that perhaps the months and months of pain and suffering to get roots to work was worth it. Because you know what I never even planned on doing during all that pain and suffering? This spell. Would you look at that? I've harvested all of my magical crops without having to get fucking thorned a bajillion times by all the little prickles. How nice. And all the ingredients come straight to me. I don't have to walk around. It seems like I might as well sit here and enjoy my life of druidry. I have become the master of roots and embers. Why can't I remember his button? There we go. I'll admit, it may be a small start, but if I'm being entirely truthful with you, the only thing that's holding me back is how fucking expensive this stupid brick is. It's such a pain in the ass to make, or to... I mean, I could go grind for it. But if it wasn't so annoying, I would have expanded this way earlier. Oh, and you know what I found out while I was digging this, completely by absolute luck? Guess what's right here? An entire dungeon. It's one I've already conquered, but it's one of the Phantom Knight dungeons, I think. The main reason you added Apotheosis was because of the lifesteal thing. Because if that was your main reason for adding it, then unfortunately it did fail in that regard. Obviously, this brings up an interesting point. Why I think you're wrong about the Rune of Envy. And why I think it's the perfect way of keeping Gucci occupied and just in general. And I'll explain in a few points, right? The first thing is that Gucci famously will not stop and do the magic. He wants to fight the bosses. He wants to find and kill every boss that he can, like a vicious warrior. As it happens, Botania has a boss, which means you can keep him occupied in the quest to get to a boss, while at the same time allowing him to slowly work his way towards the health shelf. the other thing is, the main magic mods, the ones that are going to carry over into the next pack, I think we should try to focus on synergizing them, connecting them, and having recipes that utilize stuff from both of them, or all of them, I guess you could say. Like, Astral Sorcery isn't returning, so we don't really need to use anything from Astral Sorcery. But, like, Blood Magic, Botania, Thaumcraft, probably Roots and Embers, those are all mods that can really be linked together. I've seen it done in other packs before, and I think that would be the route to go for that. Okay, the Hellfire bottle. That was the best idea I could come up with for the new recipe was the bottled Hellfire, which requires some of the dragon's blood resin that you get from that rare tree or from the dungeon that you made, and the fiery unguent, which is created with just some basic nether stuff and some cloudy oil, which you get from jungle stuff and cactuses, I guess. Oh, and I guess from fish. And bread and garlic. Okay, so there's a few ways to get it. But yeah. So it takes a little bit of it's not hard to get by any means, but it takes a little bit of thought. And the other thing I thought of was the enchanted page. Yeah. Also not hard to get at all, but it at least requires some thinking on his part. Like, he has to go through the effort. See, and I feel like as much as the Wizardry mod takes like a massive focus because of just how useful and utilitarian all the wands are, they're a good crossover between a lot of the different mods. You have your Fire Wand, which you can link to Embers, your Earth Wand for Botania and Roots, etc., etc. Wizardry isn't perfect, I'll be honest. But it is so fun because of just how many useful and, like, I don't know, interesting spells that you've got at your disposal. It's funny because originally I wasn't really a fan of the idea of adding Electroblobs to the pack. It's not a magic mod that I really saw any gameplay of back in the day in any of the major magic mod packs. They just never really included it. And I think the reason they didn't include it is because they probably didn't want it to take focus. But I don't necessarily think that's true. Or that it necessarily dominates enough to be that much of a problem. It's simple, but it's a little too simple. I like that we have some of the add-on mods that make it, some more advanced layers to Wizardry. But even still, the thing that I miss that Wizardry lacks is it lacks the ritual aspect of it. Like, for Roots, obviously, you have your druid rituals. For Botania, you have your fucking magic spreaders and whatnot. Even for Embers, your machines are kind of a ritual of their own. You know, it's maintenance, mechanism, stuff like that. Some true artificer business. But with Wizardry, it's a very... not very, like, thought-provoking process, I guess you could say. And, like, no matter what, like, for instance, let's say your main goal is to be like a fire mage, right? Well, it doesn't matter that you're trying to be a fire mage, because when you get a random book, it will be of any element and any tier, just any time. So you might have a bajillion spells that if you're only trying to be a fire mage, you just won't use. So practically, you're kind of tasked with using all of them or interchanging between them if you want to be really efficient. For someone like me, whose whole goal is to master every school of magic, it kind of works and it makes sense. Because of course I have one of every single wand at master tier. I'm just that guy. But if you were just trying to be like a storm battle mage or an ice healer or anything like that, you just have so much stuff that you don't need and that just doesn't really fit who you are attempting to be, I guess you could say. There's a lot of magic mods that I think do different things better for different reasons, and it's always been interesting to see them and see packs that utilize them. But I've always wondered what the perfect magic mod would really look like. Like, what's the perfect middle ground of all these vastly different mod archetypes? Because even though they all have that same baseline premise, they do differ quite a bit. Like, let's come over to Roots real quick. This is really, for the most part, all I need. This is my entire Roots setup. This little alcove is all we need to master all the druidic magic at our disposal, and to create some pretty powerful armor that I'm gonna have to do parkour to get to. Wait, right there. Nope, right there. Right there. Almost got it. Like, these are both pretty solid early game armor sets. They're basically diamond level, and they regenerate automatically. You don't have to have mana or anything else, they're just constantly healing. Same with all the tools. The stone tools, the living tools, the fucking runed tools, all of it heals automatically. Infinite mending is built in. Whereas something like Witchery is so tame, and so relaxed for the most part. Up until you get to like cursing people with dark rituals and stuff. A great one that's too outdated to fit into this pack is Intangible. Intangible was a magic mod all about soul magic and golemancy, basically. You would, like, essentially extract souls and create customizable golems that could do all sorts of tasks. They were basically automated helpers. You could make them farm for you, mine for you, build for you. You can make them do any simple task you can think of, really. You can customize them to fight. Like, they were super advanced with it. You can make different tiers out of them. And you can capture, like, different kinds of mob soul, I believe, to, like, do different things with the machines. Or with the golems, rather. But it's only like 1.9, maybe 1.10, and before that. Or I guess 1.7 to 1.9 maybe is roughly the range that I think it falls into. It's an older one for sure. I got myself into a bit of a pickle. I built a little bit too close to the sun. I've started ambitious for some reason this season. My quaint little house from last season just doesn't really hold a candle to what I'm doing this time. Even though I was quite fond of the little place. The Between Lands? Oh, I know that mod. So the interesting thing with the Between Lands is that everything from outside the dimension is completely useless there. So it's like a full restart. When you go in there, you're gonna have to get brand new gear, all from scratch. Your food will be useless. Your tools will be useless. That dimension is hostile. Personally, I think we should have made the skies a little bit more cluttered. I think they should have had a few more sky islands throughout them. Or a higher rate of sky islands. Because my idea was really like picturing the Aether kind of just falling down onto the world. And the Aether is quite populated with clouds and islands and all sorts of crazy stuff. Although once we started implementing it, I kind of changed the idea for it up a little bit. Instead of them being like Aether Islands. I don't know when exactly I abandoned the idea of them being Aether Islands and switched it, but at some point I did kind of change the idea around for it. The Between Lands. 2 sky bosses and putty clusters. I mean, it's not necessarily that. Here, let me go the overall. Go away. Okay. I need to turn this off because I'm wasting all of my stone every time that I come back to base and leave. Just stop. Creeper blew it up the other day too. Made me so mad. I saw how to do this the other day when I was sticking around. Well, I don't know what that is. Oh, why are my keybinds not set for it anymore? Okay, that's besides the point. See, a lot of the islands that we're seeing around here, some of these are custom. I recognize that. That's a custom island. But a lot of these are just basic Tinker's Construct islands. Not this one. This one's also a custom one, I think. Look at that little bit of gold it's got right there. Like, that's just a basic Tinker's Island. And then in between you have these big gaps where there's not really anything. There's one small sky structure, there's one. The last thing you want on your Burger King burger. Okay, so you know what, honestly, the biggest thing that solidifies it for me is these sky dungeons. Look how huge they are. Every time I walk beneath one, I'm like, holy shit, that's an actual sky city. I walked beneath one the other day and I was like, what's going on over here? Why is it so dark? And then it popped in above me. I was like, oh my fucking god. Like, the original idea that I was picturing was some, like, Skyloft shit. See, the thing is, I like the row. I like every single one of the row enemy types. But fuck me, they just refuse to be normal. They're just a plague upon the earth. See, like, for me, in a perfect world, the mana that you create with Botania would be convertible into the mana flasks that you use with Wizardry. And, like, little things like that that make it feel like all the magics are different ideas, different trains of thought, but they're all ultimately different arts derived from the same core concept. Picture Uncle Iroh telling Zuko that the 4 elements aren't so different after all. There's a little bit of, you know, a little bit of crossover. It's all the same whole in the end. As above, so below type shit. Crimson Cult in the desert with the Atom. Yeah, the Crimson Cult are really cool. I will say, they wouldn't work with the current narrative we have for the Atom, but it would be interesting to maybe see them more often in desert biomes. In the regular desert biomes, but I don't know. I think for the next pack, we'll definitely follow a different, like, plot structure. So we'll definitely have different structures. And some of these structures will be repurposed. Given new allegiances and whatnot. It's a shame. I haven't really seen one of the Rainbow Towers yet. An end goal for Arcana. I'm fascinated, because my end goal is to master everything, like the true mage that we are. I wish my fit looked a little bit more magic-y, but I don't know. I think the crown, the unicorn horn, and the mana monocle are holding us together right now. And the cloud in a bottle is just fun. I just can't go back to not double jumping. I don't know how anyone lives without this crazy power. Now that I have it, it just feels immaculate. sun is finally setting to the origin. You know what's funny? I've run into a dev problem as well. Because I designed the structures, I'm the one that placed down the, whatever these things are called, the resonators, inside some of the custom sky islands. And because of that, if I've interacted with one of these, it claims it as one that I made, because I technically did make it before. So I'm only allowed to have 2 now, because I have one randomly claimed out there somewhere on some random fucking sky island. See, I do fuck with that heavy. However, I would like to ask, what is the main goal of Arc 4? Like, thematically speaking, what are we trying to accomplish with the next version of the pack? Because for 1, there wasn't really an idea. It was just kind of testing. 2 was all about Advent of Ascension and exploring the dimensions and making it an RPG experience. And 3 was supposed to be all about learning, like, the magical aspect of it and stuff. So what is, like, the main, I guess, the main, like, goal that we're looking for this next pack? Two and 3 have kind of been, like, we took a lot from 2. We changed a lot as well, but we took a lot that really worked from 2 because it just worked so well. And I imagine for 4, like, again, we're doing the same thing, obviously. Let's see. Oh, there it is. That one is the 5th one that wasn't out the other night. But now only 3 of them are out. No, 4 of them are out. Damn, we just keep getting unlucky. I don't see the 5th one anywhere tonight. Look at how busted this is. Hold on. I have to show you. I have to do the kind wizardry thing and show you what I've discovered. As it turns out, Tinker's Construct and Botania don't just work together because of that add-on that lets you create mana steel gear using Thaumcraft, but also because every single one of these Tinker's Construct slime islands is essentially considered a slime chunk. And a very, very active slime chunk. An unusually active slime chunk at that. And as it turns out, Botania has a flower that's only purpose is to stop slimes from spawning in slime chunks in exchange for creating mana. Not at the cost of mana, in exchange for creating mana. I do absolutely nothing, and this one plant creates entire tablets full of mana, just while I'm doing normal stuff around my base. And look, it's only covering this tiny, a 3x3 grid creates entire tablets of mana at the cost of nothing. if I spammed like 6 of these across this island, I would be generating like an absurd amount of mana. I wouldn't need any of my setup down there. I could abandon all of that and just build a new setup up here in the sky, and I would be able to have enough mana to self-sustain. It's genuinely absurd. It's the most busted thing that I've found when it comes to these magic mods. This is crazy. This is overpowered. And the fucking, it's not that hard. The Narslimus is not the hardest plant to craft. A tier 1 rune, a tier 2 rune, and a couple leaves, and that's all you need. I have a thought experiment for you. That's cool. I like the way that birch tree spawned on that. I like, dude, the mod that we added, or that I added, through pure genius and totally not luck, that gave us the terrain with all the crazy trees, is so peak. The birch trees, like, that looks beautiful. Look at that from a distance. And that little oak tree, too, that's slightly twisted on its side. Wait, where was I going with that story before I got distracted? Right, I have an interesting thought experiment for you. Make like a mental list of all the mods from Arcana 2 and 3 that actually were originally part of, like, you know, the original story, or at least the original wider story, and just see how many of them we've made our way through. Because we've gotten experience with quite a few of them now. There's way, way more, but we've gotten our hands dirty on quite a few of them. You know what a kind of funny one is? That was originally, part of, like, the, I guess, grander narrative back in the old days? Fucking the Lion King mod, which adds an entire dimension. There's like peacock armor that's like iridescent and rainbowy and shit. Oh, you know what mod is crazy? But it would be like the centerpiece of any pack it was ever in. The fucking Lord of the Rings mod is insane. It adds so much content. Like, it adds every fucking faction. It is just absurd. It adds the biomes to create all the different regions. Like, it gives you the alignment system. Oh yeah, the Lion King mod was one of a lot of them. Like I said, it's like a thought experiment. If you really picture every single one of these mods interacting in one pack together, if it were ever to be possible, it would be a very weird experience. Yeah, it's real big. It adds every single major race. It adds every single major faction. It adds personal alignments to each faction, as well as a greater good and evil morality system. You can only use certain, like, workbenches if you're aligned with the region that you're in. It adds all the variants to, like... Let me go to the Twilight Forest real quick. If you know too much about Lord of the Rings lore, you know that there's 7 major, like, dwarf kingdoms. Well, you get to see a good few of those kingdoms throughout the mod as, like, different factions. Like, you get to see the Iron Hill dwarves or whatever. Same with the elves, you get to see all the different elf factions. There's biomes for the Shire, for the mountains, for Moria, for Mirkwood, for all the Elven Forest types. Like, it's huge. It's a huge mod. It has bosses like Sauron. How big is it? I want to see how big it is. Oh, here we go. 100 new biomes, sub-biomes, and biome variants. You get to explore regions like Rune, Harad, Atumno. Hundreds of new blocks, weapons, and armor. People and races, an alignment system. Where's the, I want to see the size. Let me see the size, pause. Main file version 36.15.jar for Minecraft 1.7.10. What? 27.60 megabytes? Hold on, let me look at some other mods for comparison, because that doesn't honestly sound as big as I was expecting it to. I mean, that's not nothing, don't get me wrong. But like, hold on. We need the old percentage. The old app data. Mods. Oh, my mods. Okay. Astral Sorcery is 24,442. Bruh, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, like, it's only slightly bigger than Astral Sorcery. Dude, there's no way. We could literally just delete Astral Sorcery from this mod pack, and we could fit the entire world of the Lord of the Rings into Arcana. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Get rid of Astral Sorcery. I mean, not really. Not really. It's only in 1.7.10. So it would have to be a mod pack in 1.7.10. But you know what else is in 1.7.10? Intangible. Food for thought there. Let me see, intangible. Created a decade ago and updated a decade ago. Ugh, that makes me feel old. Oh, that's awkward. It's in 1.8.9? Hold on, I'm sure it has other versions. That's probably the most recent version. There's no way it would only be in 1.8.9. That's such a hyper-specific version. Damn, we ain't never gonna see intangible. I'll just be honest. Intangible is just apparently beyond us. I'll post a picture of it to the Discord though, so you can get the general gist of what you're working with. It's an interesting one. I think I did have a list of 1.7.10 mods though that we could use for a potential pack. Let me check. Because I have a few different playlists saved. Holy fuck! That list is so long. And not organized. I'm not reading all that. That's 1.12.2. It's too intangible. Yeah, intangible is just the mod that doesn't want to be played. But see, what if there was a better intangible? I always feel like there's a gap where the perfect magic mod is sitting between all these mods. You just gotta find it. Also, I hope you like the design of my base. It's meant to be very intentionally confusing. It's meant to be like a funhouse mirror place. You know, you walk in and it's just fucking misdirection. It's like a Mario Ghost level. I got obscure ducts and passageways just everywhere. That's why I was saying, I've ended up making my base so ambitious for this season that I feel like it needs to come back as a structure in the next pack. As like a fucking dungeon, honestly. Because, like, it's gonna be huge. Slaps Castle. You could fit an entire dungeon in this bad boy. The only downside is that Astral Sorcery doesn't work here. Apparently the Twilight Forest is enveloped in a false sky. These stars don't give off starlight. What an odd thing to think about the consequences of. I missed. I was gonna try to jump straight into the portal. Oh, I wonder if Frostbite Caves is 1.7.10. I think it is. That would be kind of sick. I don't think that's what it's called, by the way. I think I always call it that, but I don't think that's ever been what it's actually called. It's the Eternal Frost mod. What am I talking about? Eternal Frost mod 1.7.10. Eternal Frost 2, Core of Ice. Game versions 1.7.10. Yeah, Ice Obsidian. With the mod adds 83 blocks, 127 items, 19 mobs, structures, villages, 8 biomes. Two bosses? I think it has 3 bosses, not 2. Although maybe it only has 2 in that version. But yeah, we could do Frost, Eternal Frost, and yeah, no, I'm not enjoying the rain. The rain is just eternal. That's the one thing that never goes away, is the fucking rain for some reason. Atom has a 1.7.10 version as well, I think. So we could have the Atom, Eternal Frost, and the entire Lord of the Rings convention. Oh, actually... I think if we go far back enough, we can even play the early versions of Advent of Ascension, back when it was called, like, Nevermind or something like that. Oh? Yeah, Eternal Isles. That's what it got called at one point. What a mod with history.